Okay, welcome to my stream. Uh, Today I'm gonna play uh, Amerzone, the Explorer's Legacy, the remake. It was just released today, actually. Remake of a classic adventure game from 1999, I believe. Great year that was. Trust me, good games. Uh, Before we add for the game, um, I'm still undecided about the next major game to play after Dragon Age Origins finish, so I'm gonna put up a few options in the air. If you're watching, feel free to voice your opinion in the chat. The options I was thinking of were things like The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, Horizon Zero Dawn, Remastered, Life is Strange, Double Exposure, the new one. There was also Dragon Age 2, of course, The Last of Us Part 1, and I think that was it. Let me try and remember if I didn't miss anything. I think. Let me think for a moment. What else was there? Oh, that was it. That was it. Those are the options on completion time-wise. The Witcher is the longest, and Life is Strange is the shortest. Anyway, time for a new game. Amerzone is waiting, so let's switch to the game view and launch the game. And there we are. There we are. Game is able to fiction any resemblance to action. Yeah, of course. How to save. Yeah, let's set this up. That's about right for me. One by one. Let's check the options first. That doesn't tell me much. Which is the easy, which is the hard. Let's go with Pablo. Console size is a bit small. Let's make it a little larger. No, that's not. That's correct. Well, I'm not playing with the controller, but disable it in case I want. So, tab for journal. Travel journal. Out display progression. Okay, pretty standard. So, let's start. too easy. Change to the adventure. Okay, what do we have here? Information of that is beautiful. On an organ soul. Yes, it's Benoit. Feels a little choppy though.
You're the journalist, aren't you? I gave him your letter the other day. The professor's probably read it. He received another letter this morning. I put it in his mailbox. It was a letter from the museum. Letters from the museum. They always mean trouble. Hey, maybe you could take it to him. He has trouble moving around, you know. He's an old man. You know what I mean. You want my advice? He should see a doctor. Well, that's what I think anyway. Oh, and have a care. It looks like something fell from your bag over there. Well, then have a nice day.
Okay. Okay, so it just seems to. Oh, okay. What do we have here? Professor Alexander Valenboy. He awaits you at his lighthouse in Brittany. Despite his unsavory reputation, he is the only expert on the little-known Amerzone, and we absolutely have to fill those last pages in the feature that Camille left so empty. Valenboy seems to have enjoyed your communications. Get what you can from him face to face and get back to Paris as soon as possible. The account department refuses to cover any hotel fees for this report. Emma Fitzgerald, Editor-in-Chief, Mondial Magazine. Click on the arrow icon to move in the direction shown. You can skip the movement by double clicking. Keep all movement automatically by changing the game settings. Note, for convenience, some movements are set to be skipped by default. Okay. For the time being, I want to experience the game fully, so no skipping. Beautiful. Okay. This is beautiful. Really beautiful game. Though despite very good number on the FPS, it feels a little choppy. Well, day one game might need to be patched for improved performance. What's that over there? Ducks. What's that? While in closer view, move your cursor to the edge of the screen to shift your view slightly. Okay. And I can zoom. But at this point, that doesn't do anything. Land-grabbing peninsula. Okay. Back to the main road.
My friend, this old fool is overjoyed that your editor has finally decided to send you to interview me in person. As pleasant as it has been, our recent correspondence will not allow me to discuss certain subjects as freely as I would like. The subject of your special issue, the Amerzone. You must be aware that it hits very close to home for me. That mysterious land is both the source of my greatest joys and my deepest disgrace. As my old friends at the museum probably told you. But no matter what they say, I know what really happened over there in the 30s, when my companions and I ventured into the unknown wilds. My friends and I, we caused harm. Harm that I am determined to heal today. But I need your help. Not only to finally bring my version of what happened to light, but perhaps to do even more. Time is running out. So, safe travels, my friend. I am quite pleased to welcome you to my humble abode. Signed, Professor Alexandre Valenbois.
To the lighthouse. Take Valenbois mail. Not mail. So, there. There we go, what mechanical elements surrounding. When the end icon is displayed, click and hold the left mouse button and move the mouse. Okay. That's nice. Then there is one, I guess, for every discovery, hold the left mouse button to rotate the object. Okay. Museum of Natural History. Jardin des Plantes, Paris. Mr. Alexander Valenbois. Charleroi Lighthouse, Languedoc Peninsula, France. Mr. Valenbois. We have thoroughly examined your plans for a new expedition to the Amerzone and regret to inform you that we are unable to give a positive response to your grant request. First, the present economic situation does not permit us to finance such a risky expedition. Second, my colleagues and I are of the opinion that unfortunately, you still have not renounced that empirical policy which was once at the root of a lengthy dispute between yourself and the museum. This venerable institution, which I now have the honor of representing, still remembers the bitter disappointment and mockery within the scientific community that resulted from your first exhibition in the 1932, which we had been weak enough to sanction in the first place. Just as my honorable predecessors did back then, I will warn you against the dangers of such an undertaking, where adventurous fantasy prevails over strict scientific rigor. Edward Muller, curator. Okay. Your journal has been updated. The different stuff contain all the items, documents you've collected, your objectives, progressive hints for solving them, and lots of other useful information. Remember to check it often. You can open it from the right-click radial menu or by using the dedicated keyboard shortcut Tab. Okay, that is barely legible, but I'll try to read it. Miss Fitzgerald wants me to leave for Brittany this Friday to conduct a full-length interview with Professor Valembois. She's already told him. I need to bring back something to fill the pages left empty by the unfortunate colleague, and I've only got tomorrow to prepare my questions. October 16, 1998. After an interminable journey, I'm finally here, at the bottom of the Rochelle lighthouse, somewhere near the tip of the Lagavulin Peninsula in Brittany. The big interview for my article will take place here, the home of Professor Alexander Valembois, recluse zoologist and expert on Amerzone. Everything's ready and look great, and I took great care in preparing for our interview. And I even brought my good old blank press card, my totem, to remind me why I took on this assignment. It should only take a few hours. I'll be back in Paris by tonight. Oh, not. What do we have here? Documents. Don't take it. That which we already read. That which we already read. What's that? Wait, there were... previous? Huh? There were previous entries I haven't read. Okay, let's go back then. Let's read from the beginning or read backward. Let's go to the oldest and start from the beginning. Okay, September 12, 1998. It has finally happened. After months of waiting, in unanswered requests and some faintly desperate reminders, Mondial Magazine has finally given me some work, my first gig. Thank you. The magazine needs something to round off its end of year What? Geography feature? Geography feature. It will be dedicated to a little-known South American country, Amerzone. It's next to Brazil, apparently, though I must admit I've never heard of it. My initial research hasn't turned anything up so far. I'll have to try and find an expert on the subject. September 17, 1998. I've just come out of a meeting with Miss Fitzgerald, editor-in-chief of Mondial magazine. She wants me to dedicate my section of the Amerzone feature to one of the rarest, if not the only expert I was able to identify, Professor Alexander Valembois. The eccentric old man apparently lives as a recluse in a lighthouse in Brittany, and would only agree to communicate by letter. Miss Fitzgerald wants me to find out as much as possible from him. Valembois isn't getting any younger, and his health is on the decline. Time to get out my finest pen. September 19, 1998. I posted a letter to Professor Valembois this morning. I feel like a kid on the Christmas Eve. It might not win me a Pulitzer, but this piece might, finally, get me my press card. September 23rd, 1998. The excitement is beginning to wear off. I spoke to the researchers at the Natural History Museum this morning, who are in contact with Alexander Valembois. They painted a rather contrasting picture. Specifically, they accused him of falsifying his I don't know what's written there. Discoveries during the expedition to Amazon he led in the 1930s. Needless to say, with a contact like that, I'd be lucky if my article ended up as a sidebar to the work of my more reputable colleagues. Let's face it, Mondial magazine does the work my way because none of them lead reporters would take it. October 6, 98. Tried a third time. Still no answer from Valembois. This job is slippery though. It's slipping through my fingers. Perhaps it's for the best. October 9, 98. Professor Valembois replied. His letter was quite tense. But I got the impression he wasn't against the idea of talking to me about Amerzone. We're back in business. October 14th, 1998. Light turn of events. Miss Fitzgerald called me this morning. Apparently, one of the magazine's reporters, Camille, was injured while on assignment at the zoo. A snake bite, and therefore can't provide a contribution to the Amerzone feature. That leaves 3 pages in the special issue to be filled, urgently. Miss Fitzgerald wants me to leave for Brittany this okay, that's the point I started reading earlier, so all read. And what's that? Mission. And what do we have? Enter the ladders. Now that I've retrieved the letter from the museum for Professor Valembois, we just have to get past this gate and enter the lighthouse. Okay. investigation. As you progress along your journey, you may find investigative material, evidence that will help you unlock. Sorry, I need a sip. Unlock additional articles for your report. You don't have to conduct this investigation by completing, but completing them will enable you to discover additional content and delve into the secondary elements of the story. Investigations are recorded in the dedicated tab in your journal. Open it via the tab. We know already that it does. Sorry. Yes. Text message. Okay, what do we have here? Wait, what's that? A letter from a teacher. Ariane Dumont. Tourville Elementary School, France. June 8, 98. Professor Valenbois. I've been told you no longer want to teach your workshop next year after a disagreement with a parent of one of our pupils. For what it's worth, I sincerely think that you shouldn't take the comments of this individual, who is already notorious within our team, to heart. No one thinks you're a charlatan. You're a scientist, and children love you. Year after year, see how fascinated they are, and their teachers too, by your sessions on the Amazonian goose, and so I hope I might change your mind by writing this to you. To help persuade you, little Safia was also mesmerized by your last workshop, asked me to send you something. I will attach it to this letter, along with the usual sign-up form for external educators. I hope you'll send it back to me, filled in as usual. Warmest regards, Ariane D. Okay. What's with this? Is that a door in the floor? And it's completely locked. No. It's a locked door that we cannot unlock it. Let's back out. Okay, I don't see anything else, so over here.
You are the journalist, aren't you? Come. Amerzone. Amerzone. Too late for me. Too late. It's all over for me. I'm no longer in good health, my friend. It's a pity, but what can I do? In any case, Amerzone, all that. No one ever believed me. So, after all those years, the egg is still alive. Alive. Yes. I had planned to take it back over there to Amerzone. My expedition was ready, and all planned down to the smallest detail. And now, I have no strength left. You must go for me. You must go. Take the egg back. Take the egg of the white birds back to Amerzone. I beg you, please. You will find everything you need right here in the lighthouse. You must go to the basement. Please. You must help. For her.
Okay. Display interactions. Can reveal all possible interaction around you by holding the Alt key. Find the icons represented by the eye symbol. You must move the camera. Okay. Valembois, what a surprise. After all this time. When I got your letter, you stubborn old mule, all the memories of our trip along the Amazon River came flooding back. All that madness, with your obsession with the white birds. But the country you knew is no more. Amazon. Since your pal Alvarez took over, speaking of the old legends is forbidden. I have lost a lot of friends, and not only to fermented drinks. Many were crushed under the boots of the military regime before they could even utter the word white birds. I did warn you. You should never have stolen that egg from the layers. You cursed yourself that day, Valembois, and, and with you the awe of Amazon, and you doomed me too. Watch the results of your folly every day. Friends dying one by one, and soon I, too, will follow them. Aram will get the better of me. I am dying, Alexander. But I must forgive you, just as I believe you have forgiven me for abandoning you that day, deep in the jungle. I will keep this backup diskette that you sent me. Hide it where you two met. You and you know who. I will also leave some fuel for your infernal machine as requested. Just be warned that I will probably no longer be here to welcome you when you arrive. To East Angel. East Angel. Okay, that was one. What more we have here? We have this. Range creature best avoided. Okay. Antonio Alvarez, president of Amerzone. What became of your old friend? Okay. What do we have here? The fisherman on the Shipwreck Island. The fisherman we met on Shipwreck Island during the 1932 expedition. He was just a lad back then, reliable, but uncommunicative when he was in a bad mood. He accepted the ticket, even edict from Antonio's henchmen. What more? What more? What's that? Catch figures that look like animals. What's that? The journey that starts in France crosses the Atlantic to an island. I couldn't read it fast enough. What's that? The circuit island seems the equivalent of 1 to. Oh, okay. After, oh, so, yeah. What about the other side? Oh, don't see anything on the other side. Okay. The capital of Amazon, Alvarez Police, place to be avoided. Letter from the Amazon President's Office. September 7, 1998. Dear Sir, I convey to you the heartfelt greeting of President Alvarez, who is in ill health and unable to reply to your letter personally. Naturally, he had fond memories of the adventures you shared in the 30s upon his return to the country. However, as I am sure you will understand, our country's laws must apply equally to all, and the bonds of friendship you once had with our Supreme Guide do not entitle you to special privileges. I therefore regret to inform you that I cannot process your application for a visa to enter Amerzone. We do not wish to welcome any more scientific expeditions which could lend credence, in whatever form, to the existence of those white birds. This Indian mythology, as with all other of its kind, is keeping our indigenous fellow citizens in a state of mind that is incompatible with our country's triumphant march toward progress and modernity. Thank you for your understanding. Colonel Gracielo, attaché to the Secretariat of the Office of the President. Okay, what do we have here? And somehow out there is the Temple of Light, then the volcanic crater, and there perhaps redemption? Okay, don't know what that means. The Ovo Valios village, it is still there. The Amazon Delta, where the waters of the eponymous river flow into the Atlantic Ocean. Natural border easily accessible, particularly after a stopover on Shipwreck Island. Okay. According to all annotated photo I found in the lighthouse, Benoit seems to have been uh, modified that his old friend Tony Alvarez had become. Okay. Visa. Professor Alvarez was recently refused a visa For Amazon, it's dictation. Antonio, as dictator, Antonio Alvarez now seems to consider his former friend and traveling man, Mushasham with the Amazon Great White Bird, to be subversive. For the basement. That's the map. What do we have here? Ah, yeah. Another clue we don't have yet. Found a letter from a teacher. Ah, yeah, that's a teacher letter. What? This kitten. Letter from acquaintance. Found that his new journey to Amazon, Benoit reached out to some old acquaintances from his past expedition. Apparently, he sent them backup diskettes that were essential for this new expedition to run smoothly. Letter from. According to this letter, until recently, Professor Benoit was still giving talk about the Amazonian goose at a local school. Okay, what do we have here? Among Benoit belonging, I found an official letter which stipulates that he has recently been refused a visa for Amazon in spite of his old friendship with the country's dictator Antonio Alvarez. Okay. Local investigations, long-term investigations. Summary. Okay. What's that? Did I look at that? Louis Angel, my guide in 1933. He abandoned me back then, but strangely, I feel I can trust him. Enough to send him a disket? Louis' old cabin on banks of the Amazon. Already read this. What's that? David Makowski, Reverend Father, still a friend? Good candidate for this case. Read that. Amazon River, Amazon Forest, the marshlands, web the trading post, Progresso, Delta, Amazonian Sea, Shipwreck Island, Paris Police. Okay, I think I've done the record with the map for now. Objective is go to the basement, but first, what's that? Burning by the smell of the water like. There should be another inn somewhere. Ah, definitely ice cool. For a time gift. Yeah, I got it for a time gift. Riconoscimento gradito per un po'. Does a signature. A portrait of someone called Ikumani in 1933. And something at the back. The photo of the young woman looks the same as the one on the photo. Five, six. 5 of 6, and someone scribbled down some kind of apology and be able to read it. Next door. Okay. Light 5 of 6. What is that? Phone. But I got no number to call. Or do I? Documents. Well, where are the documents? Museum. Up or down? Yeah, we need to get to the basement, but I want to start up with up. Let's explore a little first.
My dear friend, I am an old man in the twilight of his years. I know now that I will never have the strength to set off again to the Amazone. My only remaining hope resides in convincing you to go in my stead. Make amends for the wrong I have done to that country over 50 years ago. It was in 1929. The university where I was finishing my studies in natural sciences that I first heard of the Amazone. I befriended a young law student from that country. His name was Antonio Alvarez, and he was later to become the despotic leader that we now know today. He suggested going with me as my guide and interpreter until we got to the last steps of civilization in his country. A second companion was to join me. The Reverend Father David Makowski, who was burning with desire to perform mission work among the inhabitants of those regions forgotten by the Creator. We set off, therefore, one morning in June 1932 on board the Hydra float, a revolutionary invention of mine. Unfortunately, this first prototype had several imperfections. The mechanics of the craft failed us on the way, near Shipwreck Island. A large number of sperm whales had settled there. I feared that we might have hit one of them. It was only by a miracle that we set foot on the shores of the Amazone. But already, my friend, I realize that I'm only at the beginning of this tragic story. If you want to find out about what follows, it will be waiting for you in the basement. Your next destination, should you decide to replace me for this new journey.
And there's a key. Okay. Okay. In November. We are in very poor spirits. We are indeed prisoners on this ill-fated hole. We spend our time listening to stories told by the travelers passing through. Then, with a pang of anguish, we watch them set off again. Okay. 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 What's that? Money. That's the same. Okay. What do we have here? Mechanism inside the force. Water wheel controller. Filling the counterweight tank. Rolling towards the marker. This morning I attended a strange ceremony which convinced me that the legendary white birds really do exist. The egg fell down from the mountain by a young Indian boy. Um, but and strangely manipulated by the village sorcerer is gigantic, and to my knowledge does not belong to any known animal species. Egg of the wild bird, Avis arbor. But what? Photo, photo, Manka, Angela, Zola, Pico, Polo, Tata, Okachi, Iti. When the identified the egg of the white bird, it would appear that the priest performed social treatment, the embryo to cure it, the severe physiological alteration caused by the noxious fumes emanating from the volcanoes to which these birds are bound. Without this human intervention, this mythical bird would probably have ceased to exist long ago. Judging from the primitive painting that I was able to see in the village, a young overall boy must go through a fearsome rite of passage in order to enter adulthood. The adolescent boy must set off alone toward the volcanoes of the Amazon, seize the egg of a white bird, and then bring it back to the village. As soon as the priest has finished the sacred ceremony, the young man must return the egg back to where found it so that it may hatch under the right conditions. 2 June 33. Took leave of my host at dawn. Thanks to the mechanism I devised, I managed to take my boat up the force. Then, with the help of an additional mechanism, I conquered the torrential current and, so doing, I reached the place where the river settles down and loses itself in the swamp. The marshlands are sacred to the Indians. They are the burial ground of their ancestors. Moreover, one must traverse them to get to the volcanoes. It is a dangerous place and going through it is a terrible ordeal. The web-footed giraffe is, and all that have been, domesticated by the Indians. The Indians ride them through the marshlands. The giraffes that have remained wild are very timid. Degenerate whitebird, temple of flight. Unlike its noble cousins, the blackbird ventures quite far from the volcanoes. Chain of volcanoes seen from the temple. 18 June 33. Here I am at the end of my journey at last. After several months of adventure, until now, I have seen only those pitiable little blackbirds, and I have been able to observe that they lay eggs that are similar in every respect to the one that I saw in the overworld. These birds are very prolific. I've counted up to 10 birds hatching from same egg. Nevertheless, their existence is precarious. They fly poorly and display clear signs of degeneration in all aspects of their behavior. This seems to confirm the existence of the overall priest and the expertise of the overall in the matter of embryonic surgery. Okay. Saw them this morning. There they were, right before my eyes. They glided inside the crater for a long while. Then, imperceptibly, they rose and rose on the thermal column until, by noon, they were nothing more than tiny specks in the sky. Okay, take the key. Something. What? Basement. Key to the basement. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, wrong order. I get it. I get it. Okay, pink. This first. Then this. Then this. No. Is there anything else? So it's like this. Wait. Start with that. Then that. Yeah. No. That. That. Oh. Okay. Horrible. That's funny. That's funny considering other games by Benoit Sokal. That. Born June 28, 1904. I knew this password recently. Okay. 3 men. Okay. Two of 6. And that's a projector. But I don't think I have everything. So I wonder if I can at least use the ones I do have on it. Right, so that's 5. Okay, I'm missing some. The Amazonian goose, the eternal guide toward the great white birds. October 1932. Antonio Alvarez, David Makarski, and myself, Alexander Bois, before setting off for the Amazon. There's none here. None here. Yet. What about this one? Forgive me, darling. Okay. Okay. Down or up? I know, I need to... I guess I need to go to the basement, but I don't feel like going there just yet. What's that? Oh, big gator. What is that? Venom? Everything. Actually named. Okay. A book. Book is open on a page about the Amazon Echo. The page shows a female on the left and a male on the right. Okay. I don't see anything else. Back down. Oh, let's head up. What the? Oh my god. What the? Okay. In the center of the airport, the machine William Boy appears to have done a lot of work on. Tape. Antonio A. 1996, reference recorded. Okay. Guess we need to play it. Weathering Guide motivated dealer, there are many titles fitting the ruler of Amerzone, Antonio Alvarez. He rose to power in the 1930s after leading a lightning coup d'etat against the previous oligarchy. Since then, the Supreme Guide has been ruling the small country, still largely unknown on the international scene, with an iron fist. Antonio Alvarez grew up in a poor family, the descendants of the first European colonists in Amazon. They were in vassalage to uh, landowning oligarchy, which stood unchallenged at the time. It was a form of modest serfdom characterized by farming techniques from another era. And with no options for property ownership or social mobility, even on their own merits, this made the young Alvarez incredibly resentful at the territorial conflicts between his own agricultural proletariat and the native Overvola tribe, though they, too, were persecuted by the reigning oligarchy. These competing hardships kindled in Alvarez at an early age a certainty that the power of people lay in homogeneity rather than diversity. Alvarez achieved outstanding results at school despite attending only sporadically, alongside long hours spent working the land, and his destiny quickly changed when these educational achievements drew the attention of an ecclesiastical tutor with close ties to the oligarchs. In 1929, he obtained a bursary to send the young Alvarez to study law at a prestigious university, La Sorbonne in France. The new student was by now very religious, discovered a all new way of life there, and a modern outlook, which he says was key to forging his own ideology. That of a dictator who does not yet know what he is, and from only economic liberalism and the strength of the nation state, under the close moral patronage of the church, may prevail in this world. Antonio Alvarez returned to Amerzone in 1933 under difficult circumstances. All we know is that he started to make a name for himself in the area around the Puebla heading post. That is where Alvarez stirred up a revolt. He managed to turn members of the military and the law enforcement against their own government, which is swiftly toppled in 1934, with the church just take its support, and so Antonio Alvarez rose to power. It was the end of the oligarchy and the birth of one of the last totalitarian regimes still in existence. Since then, as is typical for this type of regime, secrecy reigns over what is actually happening in Amazon. It is difficult to separate the truth from the self-indulgent propaganda spread by those in charge. All we have to go on are alarming stories from the few exiles who dare to speak out, and who all seem to bring to light endemic corruption, widespread poverty, and a violent, repressive state which specifically targets indigenous populations. Such abuses can be dated as far back as the aftermath of the Second World War, when Alvarez bloodily suppressed the armed resistance of the native tribes of Amerzone. There are rumors that certain Western intelligence services were complicit in recognition of Alvarez's allied support during the global conflict. Since then, despite the clear cult of personality that the dictator has established, there are whispers of his declining health. He is said to be extremely paranoid and particularly fearful of threats from overseas. The country's borders have been hermetically sealed for several years now. There has since been almost no official news from Amerzone.
Amerzone is a powerful country, and the people of Amerzone are its symbol. I am the father of the Amazonian people, and as this nation among long live Amazone! Long live progress! Progress will liberate us, separate us from the romantic nonsense of the savages. Progress will burst open the door to the modern world so that we, the people of Amerzone, may enter and take our rightful place.
Okay. Object. Wow. What a view. Oh. That door. That's further up. That's also straight down the side. Okay. Hey. Interesting. Another look. Oh, is that the mail? Yeah, that's the mailman. Did he crash with the bike? What's that? Something's missing. Something's still missing, I think. I have no idea what that is. Fix the grid. Okay. Fix the grid. Okay. That's good. That's the end anyway. Okay, time to start heading down to the basement, I think. Okay, we're back here. Down to the basement. That must be it. But before I go there, I want to check outside. What is that? Oh, that's connected to the top. But it's on top of up though. And it goes further down. What is that? That's what I think it is. Oh. go check on the main menu crashed before I continue. Let's not hear about the answer. I'm gonna see the grid. Didn't see anything. See the one up there, but I think still. They don't fit together. Okay. They need to build the basement. I don't see anything else right now. Okay. That's the way to the basement, obviously. Now we got the key. Dark. Very dark. Well, nothing else. Okay. That's right. Okay, power room consoles. Okay. blank. Table number 5. Number 3. Number 4. And number 1. For departure, for the island backup event, for the force backup event, for blah blah, for emergency. What?
My dear friend, it's nice to see you again through these few pages. The previous ones ended with my arrival in Amerzone with my comrades, Alvarez and Makowski, in 1932. For some weeks, all three of us traveled to Puebla, a fort village upstream of the river Amazon Delta. It was there, in the mouth of an old drunken and erudite Indian, that I first heard of the great white birds. The white birds are dependent on the imposing volcano that rises above the Amazonian jungle. They are majestic skyships of sorts. They glide interminably, taking advantage of the thermals created by the heat from the craters. Every 3 years, one of the females of the colony abandons a single egg that will, all by itself, contain the entire next generation of white birds. But the embryos contained in the egg are subject, it seems, to a brutal alteration in their chromosomes due to the toxic gases that escape the volcano. Left to its own devices, the egg would hatch nasty little black birds with a precarious existence. It is, at this point, that the intervention of the Ovo-Volahos, an indigenous tribe descending from a very ancient and famous civilization of white bird worshippers, takes place. Ignoring the warnings of my companions, I set off towards the unknown, with the old Indian as my guide. After a month of traveling, I reached the Amazon Falls. Then, out of the blue, my guide had left me. I was starving and had no more strength, totally weakened by a vicious tropical disease. I owe my life to the hospitality of the native tribe living near the bottom of the falls. A young Indian girl patiently lavished on me the care that was necessary for my recovery. To tell the truth, we never left each other after that. Her name was Yekomani. I loved her, and she loved me. And the months that followed were the most beautiful of my long life. But here we are, already approaching the sinister conclusion of this tale, my friend. There is still time for you to turn back. But if you decide not to, the end of my story is waiting where yours will begin.
Okay. password? F is date of birth. June would be 6/6/2804. Oh, 6/2804. Yeah. Okay. Go over there. But that's the door that opened, but another rusty door. Do I want to? Not that. I have no idea. I won't touch it just yet. Not before I know what it's doing. Oh,
My friend, so you have decided to push your curiosity to the limit. I will never be able to thank you enough. And so it is without further ado that I will tell you the conclusion of my history. I ended the last part of my storytelling with the moments of happiness that I shared together with my one true love, Yakuman. The most beautiful weeks of my existence. Yet a strange event would put an end to the sweet bliss in which we were plunged. One morning, Yakumani signaled to me to watch what was happening through the branch walls of our hut. The fever of my illness, compounded with that of love, had eclipsed my faculties of scientific observation. But then and there, I suddenly came to myself. What I had just seen in the hands of the priest was the egg of the white birds. I wanted that egg more than anything else in the world. To take it back to Europe, taste the glory of recognition from the worldwide scientific community. At dawn, I set off, never to see her again. I stole their only egg and took it back to Europe. I have put in danger the very existence of a truly exceptional living species. And I betrayed the trust of a young Indian girl who, I now know, was the only love of my life. At the museum, no one believed my stories about the white birds. I became the laughingstock of the scientific community, and my career was irreparably broken. It has been 10 years now since the museum returned the egg of the white birds to me. It miraculously remained intact, not having suffered from the ravages of time. The egg was alive. Since that day, I have only had one thing on my mind: make right the wrong I have done, and take the egg back over there to the Amerzone. In the meantime, I have put it in a safe place. Today, everything is in place. I have developed a new hydrofloat that is specially designed for an expedition into the heart of the Amazon. I have carried out all the necessary checks and calculations and corrected all the imperfections. But, as I have already told you, I am now an old man, and I no longer have the strength to undertake such a journey. So it is up to you. You who seem to be interested. It is you that I'm asking to take my place. Go back to the Amazon and take back the egg. I beg you. Good luck, and may God protect you, my friend. Alexandre Balambois.
Okay. That's what. Okay. Made in further distance. Well. To you yourself. Yeah? Give me a moment, it's getting a bit dark. Okay, that's better. Play mode. Play mode. fuel, no. Egg, no. Luncheon, no. Coordinates. This was recognition above before. Nature vision fuel. Find the egg. Okay. Okay. Complete the first investigation. That was nice. Hi. I'm fine, thank you. It was a game. Okay, let me read this. Let me read this. In general or the game? Let me just read this for a moment. During Valenbois' first expedition to Amerzone in the 1930s, he and his companions traveled aboard an amazing machine of his own invention, the hydrofloat. Unfortunately, the machine did not survive the journey. So when Valenbois devised his crazy plan to return to Amerzone, he set to work building a new model. The new hydrofloat is more up to date and efficient than its predecessor. It boasts state-of-the-art microprocessing technology, including its own operating system that requires regular updates, using a collection of 5 data diskettes. I have found, however, that 3 of the diskettes Valenbois copied were corrupted, and unfortunately the old man did not have time to make new copies before he died. Luckily, diligent, possibly obsessive engineer that he was, Valenbois provided a backup system. He had sent out copies of the diskettes to various acquaintances associated with his first expedition to Amerzone. These people all had one thing in common. They lived close to a stopping point on Valenbois' planned route. So anyone who set off today aboard the hydrofloat could, in theory, pick up these diskettes along the way and thus complete the journey to Amerzone in Valenbois' place. Someone like me, for instance. Okay? That was the first investigation. What else do I have here? So the point of interest. Okay, that's a new test. Okay. Yes, so how I am doing fine. I'm actually doing better lately than I have in a while. Let me see what is that? What do I have here? Hey. Cashew nuts. What's the point? What's about the bottom one? Nothing in here.
Hello, you're listening to Radio Longrevin, your favorite local station. And up next, regional news, with important information for you birders on the peninsula. Today, migrations begin for the famous Amazone geese. an emblematic animal of our coastline. The geese should start their departure in the coming hours, off to their vacation homes, so to speak, nestled far away in the jungles of South America. But they'll be back with us next summer. It's a Breton tradition that their migration is a good omen. So let's rejoice and wish them a good flight. Moving on to schools now. Let us...
Okay, let's check the... no, not that one. The geese. Another investigation finished. Let's read the resultant article. This font is pretty difficult to read. Forbidding. Oh, what is? I can't read this. Funny, it's very hard to read. Oh, ornithologist. The Langravine coast of Brittany is reputed to be the cradle of the scarlet geese, subspecies of word I can't read it there, that is unique in its annual migration to a little known country in South America, Amerzone. This defining characteristic could not fail to awaken the interest of the man who had been haunted almost his entire life by that mysterious destination, Professor Alexander Valenbois. Amerzone had fascinated Alexander Valenbois since the late 1920s, when he studied at the Sorbonne with one of its nationals, Antonio Alvarez, then a young idealistic law student, who later went on to become its brutal despot. Its romantic tales of Amerzone captivated Alexander Valenbois, who became fixated with the idea of becoming the first Western researcher to explore it. To that end, the young researcher even obtained funding from the Natural History Museum, Natural History Museum, funding which, combined with a family inheritance, enabled Valenbois to buy the old lighthouse on the coast of Langravine as the headquarters for his expedition preparations. Valenbois, as planned, was remarkably simple. Take advantage of the seasonal migration of the scarlet geese and use them as guides to Amerzone. The plan succeeded, and while the journey did prove more complicated than anticipated, it is solely due to a collision with a sperm whale. It would be easy for a layperson such as the author of these words to confuse these geese with the great white birds, those incredible gliders that joined Paul Valenbois when he reached the heart of Amerzone at the end of his expedition. In reality, as the professor himself wrote, the one leads to the other. The geese are the eternal guide that leads to the white birds, and it just so happens that at this very moment, the geese, which are also known as Amazonian geese, are preparing for a new migration to that mysterious country. Okay, that gave us... what's that? Okay. I have two more local I need to finish. The egg and never. Okay. Anne-Marie. What's now?
Salute the students of the primary school of Tourville who took the initiative in recent weeks to...
What's that? Hold up. This game has a lot of text, that's for sure. What's that? What's that? Huh? No, that's probably where the fuel goes. I don't have the fuel yet. So that's where the fuel goes. Huh? What's that? Another letter of Hydrofloat maintenance note. Okay. Dear friend, welcome aboard the Hydrofloat 2, the successor to the invention which took accompanied me to the Amazon on coast in 1932. I designed it to overcome all barriers that might stand between you and what is now, I hope, your destination. The highest volcano in Amazon at the headwaters of the eponymous river. But I'm warning you. The Hydrofloat is a devilishly precise craft, so it can be a bit finicky. I strongly recommend you follow the instructions on its onboard computer, which are carefully programmed to take you along the various stages of your journey. They didn't have quite enough time, however, for the finishing touches, so at times I'm afraid you'll need to get your hands dirty to reach your final destination. Be sure to check the list of recommendations I put together in the rest of this document to help things go more smoothly. The Hydrofloat onboard computer requires certain conditions at the start of each stage of your journey. The coordination of the next destination, excluding the upstream section of the Amazonian river, use of the correct craft mode for the stage. You will soon discover what I mean. Fuel only if required for the current mode to function correctly. The great white bird egg must be in its dedicated location in the cabin, the only absolute condition on this. I'm sure you understand why. Please note that the onboard computer may require other, less common conditions depending on the stage of the journey. Was there more? Yes, there was. The launch pad at my lighthouse is a perfect example, and I hope that my client app will leave me enough time to explain to you how it works. If not, I'm afraid you'll have to work it out for yourself. Secondary features. Manual interventions. The hazard of the journey may cause the onboard computer to request manual maintenance of the Hydrofloat or its propellers. If necessary, I recommend positioning them on its roof and climbing up there to work on them. The grapnel. Along your journey, the Hydrofloat's computer will give you access to grapnel. It will enable you to move if you can't use the engine, or indeed if you have to deviate from the route I've set out for you and travel in a less conventional way. Retracting the grapnel. There are two ways to retract the grapnel after use. Mechanically from the Hydrofloat's computer, recommended, or manually as last resort. Other features. You see that the onboard computer offers all the features you would expect of a modern vehicle. Windscreen wipers, headlamps, even a horn. Seeing that you come from Paris, I don't think you need to explain how useful a quick blast of a horn can be. One of them will more professional drawing and as an added bonus, clear proof of his love of a good coffee. Okay. That's a... what's that? Okay. Storage locations. Got it. The map shows the routes to the Okay, got it. Okay, I guess it's time to. Oh, that. Oh, that's the part. Forgot to read that. Okay, what do we have now? Egg. Okay. Not sure where I'm going with this, but I'm gonna check this direction out. Okay, that's been broken, but there's something else. Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That was simple enough. Hold. Do I want to? Sure, why not? Right. Close the door. Open the door. Where am I? Whoa. There's something there. Okay, that's another light for the projector I found earlier. That one is 6 of 6. Need to head back to it to check it out. What is that? Oh, give. Where am I now? Okay. Don't think there's anything else in here. Let's head back. That was not the main way. I think I went there first. That was not the main direction to go. Let's check this direction. What's over here? Well, definitely something in though. What is that? A diagonal level I used to get to the base. Okay. Sledgehammer. Use with caution. Okay. think. Yes. Okay. I think it's time to add back. Back upstairs. And first thing to do is check the the first thing I need to do is go check on the projector. The projector was further up. There it is. Slide 6. Slide 3. And that's all the slides. Let's turn it on. Now let's see. I need number 3. Oh, I'm still missing one. I'm missing 4. Plus 59 plus what? Oh, got it. Still missing one. Somewhere. Oh, yes, what about 6? Oh. What's that? The egg will be safe here. Okay. Now going all the way uphill. Oh. must be something in what I already have. Uh-huh. Still don't get it. What? Ah, that is how I choose which one to change. Okay. But what is it? The ramp, I assume. Even doch. I need to figure out the correct combination. can't. Yeah, 59 plus 6 degrees. What does it's right? 59 6. 59 plus 6 degrees would be 65. 065? Let's see if I'm correct. Yes. Oh. Okay. That's one down. What about the egg? Thing. Nine. I don't see anything. Let's go that down. Yeah, further down. One more down. Okay, I'm definitely missing something. Oh, there was nothing more here. What's the up there? There was some kind of device here. Okay. So that's what it does. Okay. Okay, I understand what's going on now. No. What am I supposed to get with it? No. 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 I can't get low enough to catch them. Then what is it? What is it? Gotta deal with the fuel first. Where do I find fuel? Is the battle double? No. Surf taken near the idle float. One must fill it with. Where? Where? I didn't see anything. Oh, there. Full of fuel. Okay. So I got the fuel, I got I got the fuel. got the ramp position. I need the egg. And get the int. Remember the diagram I saw in the workshop near the airport to be able to access secret floor using the elevator. That's gonna. Okay. There, huh? Yeah. Still missing one slide though. That's the secret. Where is the egg? Nothing in here. Other than this. Okay. In the room. I still don't see anything. Wait, so it's not this room? What is it? Follow. What metal rod? Oh, cool. Okay, that's nice. Metal rod. What metal rod? The first time I took the air from the basement, I mean the metal rod on the wall outside it. What metal rod? This is the place. I don't see any metal. What? I don't get it. Now, fast travel. Um, hum, um, I don't see. Again, what? That's the basement, uh, near the elevator. Metal rod on the wall. What metal rod? What? The pipes? I don't see any metal. Nope. I still haven't found any metal rod. Metal rod inside the elevator. What? Where? I don't get it. What? Last time I took the elevator from the basement to a metal rod on the wall outside it. It must have something to do with the elevator, but what metal rod? That's the elevator. And there's no metal rod. Nothing. Okay. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Stuck and I'm ready. There's no metal rod. Okay. I'm literally stuck. I'm stumped. Other missing something. Oh, I got some kind of a bug. Oh, ew. The top. I meant this elevator. Eh? No. Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Oh. And okay. There we go. That was the elevator. Okay. That's impressive. Let's just back and forth. Okay, got it. No point in doing that right now. Cryptids and legends. Okay. Not much else. Okay. Okay. Natural history. Letter from Mondial magazine. Magazine would like you for future dedicated to Amazon. Assure that your life and your scientific work entirely devoted to this little known country will be of great interest to our readers. Other journals will be in touch with you very soon. We miss you happily in a warm way, sincerely. Okay. Huh? What the hell is that? Escal. Okay. Okay. So that's the egg. That's how you place it on the cart. But you first need to get the cart over the right place. Okay. Okay, that looks right. And and there we go. Now we need to move the cart back and switch the track again. Okay. Finally start to understand this puzzle. There we go. Ah, okay. New article for Alexander Valenbois led the first expedition to the Amazon in the 1930s. He was welcomed by the Obo-Laos, a local indigenous tribe from whom he went on to steal a sacred object, an egg, holding the entire next generation uh, of something white birds. These birds are mythical species which, deprived of their young, slowly died out. It is a tragedy that played into the hands of Antonio Alvarez, Balembois, traveling companion who seized power of Amerzone in the wake of their expedition. A dictator with a fetish for progress who was convinced that perpetuating the ancestral beliefs about perpetuating the ancestral belief about the wild birds could unite the oppressed population against his ruthless totalitarian regime. It was for that reason that he refused Valenbois a visa shortly after his old friend had discovered that the embryos within the egg had survived decades of neglect. This pushed Valenbois to hide the egg while he hatched a plan, one as simple as it is reckless. Yes. The product of the declining mind obsessed with the idea of seeking redemption after decades of remorse. To return the egg illegally, they hatch it in the heat of the highest volcano in Amazon and in accordance with the forgotten of volcano rites. This is the legacy of the professor that Professor Alexander Villebois has left to me. Okay, it was nice. And throw the egg onto the that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, just fast travel to the fast travel from here. Okay, got to. Can fast travel from here. That should allow me to fast travel. That's what the egg is. Yeah, at this point I know exactly what to do. Okay, now make one more. Yep. Okay, I need it. One last. Now, lower. Yeah, but I'm not ready to do that. I'm still missing that. Still missing something here. before I'm gonna go room by room, make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, the phone, the phone. That's why I said there wasn't something with the phone. Eh? Maybe try to call them. 034-652-8179. 034-652-8179. 034-652-8179.
Hello, Museum of Natural History Paris, Curator Edouard Milo speaking. What? Valenbois? You again? I swear, I told you before, it's no use calling. Your expedition plans to the Amerzone do not interest us. You understand? We have neither the desire nor the means to back your fraudulent adventures. So I beg you to stop bothering us. My predecessors learned the hard way the cost of trusting you. I won't be taking it. You hear me? I am a serious scientist, sir. Goodbye, and good riddance.
Okay. That did something, but that no. Well, at least it's saved. Nope, nothing there. Nothing here. I don't know. Maybe something else inside the boat. Okay. What's that? Huh. Okay. So the achievement. Okay. Still missing that. I can't figure out what. What are the coding? That, damn it. It does not give me any coordinates. Uh-huh. That's not good either. Or did I miss something? Would be. That looks right. I think so. Use throttle to initiate departure. Finish chapter one. Oh, finish chapter one. That was an achievement. Okay. What are they doing? Okay. 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 Some more about the equator. Uh, Nothing could have prepared me for meeting you, Valen. The moment he saw me, he got himself worked up, unleashed a torrent of war orders about a future expedition to Amazon that it planned down to the smallest detail about great white birds and then Benoit died right in front of me. I hadn't been able to take any notes, age, illness, guilt. It saved his last breath for me, begged me to go to Amazon in his place, to take the egg back. I know I should have left the lighthouse immediately, waited for help for my statement, but his voice as he begged me was like an appeal for my higher being. So I stayed, and I continued exploring the lighthouse, but Mboa left behind a number of documents, which helped me understand his obsession with Amazon, and why he was so keen to return there. The reason is simple, to appease his guilty conscience. Terrible mistakes he made with his traveling companions, Antonio Alvarez and David Makowski, on the first expedition, the latter in the 30s. By Valembois' own admission, their behavior as idealistic colonialists led to the installation of Antonio Alvarez's bloody dictatorship over Amazon, to the forced evangelization of the country, and to the systematic erasure of its indigenous cultures. Valembois drew a direct link between their fate and that of the great white birds, the mythical Amazonian species which lies at the center of numerous local beliefs and traditions, has become the very embodiment of the earth of the nation as a whole. Balenbois spoke from experience. It was he who stole the species' less fertile egg, an egg which, owing to a quirk of genetics, held an entire new generation of the birds, condemned to remain stuck in an embryonic state for decades, as while the egg gathered dust on a shelf in the Museum of Natural History. That is, until Valenbois got his hands on it again. And that is when he became fixated on the idea of returning the egg to its rightful place. He seemed to have convinced himself that saving the species by hatching the egg in accordance with the indigenous beliefs would also save the country as a whole. As if writing the only one of his wrongs still within his power to correct, or so he believed, he could atone for all the others, com- comforting fantasies of redemption, especially for an old man who knew he was dying. But it was me whom he begged to carry out his dying wish, a preposterous request, insane even. They agreed, found the egg carefully hidden in the lighthouse. I loaded it on board the incredible machine that Benoit had designed for his voyage. The hydrofloat. It is the successor for the first model built, which he and his companion used to reach Amerzone in the 1930s. What an amazing creation. It's a bit of a gas guzzle, but the mechanics are phenomenal, capable of transforming into an aircraft and traveling in the world, traveling the world now that I've updated its operating system with the data contained on a diskette that Valenbois prepared. And that was it. I was off without telling anyone, without even thinking twice. I took off aboard the Aeroflot following those wonderful natural guides, the Amazon geese, as they head there once again on their seasonal migration. I told myself that I was fulfilling the last request of a dying man, as abhorrent as his past actions were. I can't deny that it also presented the unique opportunity I've been waiting for so long. Chance to write something special, to jump start my career. Maybe I'm no better than Belambois. I don't know. We'll see. Until then, let's fly aboard the idle float. Okay? Use the throttle, so okay. Obstacle detected. Okay. This apparently enables me to. Okay. It will be something else here. One more. I'm missing something. Oh. submarine mode available. Switch to submarine mode. Yeah, got it. Now I need to. Ah, no, that's not it. Okay. No. No. What does that mean? Valide. Lock. No. Back. Off. Oh. Didn't even notice there was a hatch. Oh. Look at that. And Okay. I need the lowest position. Need to no, other side. I need to close this completely. And no, definitely not this one. Whether this or this, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that's the correct. One valid. Okay. Okay. Get to the lagoon in the center of the island. Okay, that doesn't on. That's lights. Wipers. What's that? Okay. This is impressive. Very impressive. Guess we need to float again. Okay, good. Again. This is after powerful to reveal to know. And send the disket. Don't have the disket. What now? Okay. 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 Ah. How do I exit? Oh.
Is that it? Are you done with all your ruckus?
Wow. Definitely beautiful.
No. The fish aren't biting. What do you expect, for Christ's sake? First of all, sperm whales don't usually come into this lagoon. And with all the racket you've made, you've certainly frightened the fish off. There's a whale trapped down below. He must have got caught in the old nets near the wreck. As long as it's here, fish will not bite. That's for sure. Then I will be in a bad mood. And when I am in a bad mood, I don't feel like talking.
Okay. Go to the diving platform. How about that? Ah, of course. Okay. Bad diving again. That's it, I get enough. Oh, yeah. everything to bump it into. Okay, I know what to do with that.